switcher sur le switcher à la vidéo ou à ce que tu es en train de faire.
Bonjour, welcome everyone. Hi, my name is Naufel. I am the co-founder and CEO at Queertech. We are a nonprofit that supports LGBT people to get into the tech industry, advance their career in tech, and launch tech businesses. Really excited for our conversation today. Want also to be back at the PHI Center. It's been a while since I've been here, so it's been really nice to come here. So before we get started, want to just kind of thank our partners for having us. Thank you, Imagination, for hosting the this panel, and for Canada Media Fund for supporting us, and our friends at Lowbirth for coming and telling us the story of their company and also the game that they are building. So the way we're going to do this conversation, there's kind of like two-part. One, we want to get to know our panelists, and then we'll talk a little bit about, what it means to, queer the gaming industry and how are they thinking to do it, and we'll talk a little bit about Queertech perspective also. So I'm going to pass it to my co-moderator, to Andy, to introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you again, everyone who's here, and to Imagination for having us, and CMF. My name is Andy Saldana. I'm the co-founder and COO of Queertech. I am super excited to be here, and I'm new to Montreal. So this is my first Imagination Film Festival, so I'm super excited. And excited to have the conversation today with the panel. Yeah, let's get started.
Awesome. So we're going to start with Olivier. And so, Olivier, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where did your story begin? How did you get into the gaming? And also tell us a little bit about Lowbirth.
Okay, so I will start with Lowbirth very quickly. So Lowbirth is a video game studio that I co-founded almost 4 years ago now with two of my cousins, Raphael and Chloe. And yeah, we want to tell stories about atypical characters. That's kind of one of our missions. And so personally, well, I started actually in the cinema. So I'm really a film buff, and I studied cinema. And but throughout my childhood and adolescence, with Raphael and Chloe, we would do creative projects together. We'd make movies, write novels. We would create like role-playing games for like younger cousins for like during Christmas parties, those kind of things. So. So after I graduated from Concordia in film production, I think I and all the three of us were in the same place, more or less. We all weren't too sure what we were going to do after our studies, or we had just finished our studies and didn't really like what we were doing. So we it was a great timing of like we all ended up wanting to create something together, and Chloe, our CEO, was really the catalyst of that, because she's the only one who actually studied in video games of the three co-founders. So she brought us together in that new medium that we didn't really know, Raphael and I. So that's how it started.
That's fantastic. I'm really excited because I think really as a queer community, having more and more people getting into the industry and telling our stories through gaming is so important. And so it's really exciting when I learned about your game and the studio and having you here. So fantastic. Catherine, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how did you get into gaming?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Catherine. My pronouns are she, her. And well, I've been looking for a very long time for what I was going to do in life. And after long studies in cinema, art, and other fields, I finally came upon video game, and which became my passion. Like, I'm a 3D animator. I'm actually the lead 3D animator at Lowbirth Games. I also do technical animation. And yeah, it became my passion.
That's great. And so did you study all that in university? Where did you study? What was the program?
Campus ADN, which is AEC. It's Attestation d'études collégiales.
Thank you. And Sai, tell us a little bit about yourself. How did you get into the gaming industry?
Sure. So I've been working at Lowbirth Games now for a little bit over a year. But it was always my goal to kind of get into the gaming industry one way or another. I've always loved video games ever since I was, as long as I can remember, pretty much. But the way that I got in was maybe a little bit unconventional. I studied English literature. I got my bachelor's majoring in English literature and minoring in religious studies, which so far hasn't come up in my game industry career, but you never know. And then I went on to get my master's in English literature as well, but with a focus on game studies, on looking at video game narratives, that kind of thing. I was really lucky to have a lot of professors at Concordia University who were really into taking games seriously as like an academic subject and as cultural artifacts, and I was just really encouraged to continue that line of research and really pursue that interest. And so through that, I eventually got a job at Lowbirth as their marketing coordinator, and then I slowly kind of infiltrated the writing team as well, since there was a little bit of I was very lucky, but it was there was some work to be done on the writing team as well, and that kind of left an opening for me to sneak my way in, and so I've been writing for the game as well.
Just if I may say, I think it makes sense. Like the two are more related, I think, than people realize, and I think one helps you do the other. So
totally, yeah. I really love the interplay of marketing and of narrative writing. I think like my marketing job as well was a lot of creative writing, just in the sense of trying to get people to understand our game, our brand, who we are, and then getting to do that really informed how I write the game as well. So.
Yeah, that's really great. I love that intersection of storytelling, right? It's all storytelling.
It's all storytelling, exactly.
Your personal brand, your marketing team, your game creation, it's all about storytelling. So I love how you talked about that intersection.
Yeah, absolutely. And here is something that's really important. A lot of queer students we talk with, sometimes people are like, oh, I'm doing literature or research, but I don't know how to get into gaming. Perfect example how you get in gaming, right? We tell people the tech industry can have anyone, whatever you study, whatever you've done, there is probably a job for you in tech, and it's just a way how you repackage that. So it's really great to see that. I love asking these questions for always our speakers, and it's talk about your pivotal queer moment and whatever that there is. So I'm going to start with you, Catherine. Tell us, what is that queer pivotal moment
I chose this moment because it's a story I tell often, and I'm pretty sure all of you already heard it. When I was very young, I was about 13 years old. I was very obviously queer, but I didn't realize it. And my mom one day came and she asked me, Catherine, do you like girls? And of course I said, no. And I went to my room and I was like, oh shit, I am queer.
That's really nice, and having supportive parents like that. And I'm going to touch base a little bit also you working on the game and how that impacted you. So I'm really excited about that. Olivier?
All right, so an important moment for me was actually during my studies at Concordia University. During my second year, we had to prepare a film project, but in order to get to direct it, we had to pitch it to a jury, and only half the projects would be selected. And Chloe could probably tell you more about this, but they say it's very important when you pitch to come in with a strong hook to hook people in. And the film that I wanted to direct was about homophobia in high school and in sports, especially hockey. And the film was titled Tapette, so faggot in English. So I had decided that my hook was going to be to come in the room with the jury and write tapette on the board and talk about like the impact that words can have. But then I had to actually do it, and I'm a fairly shy person, so it was terrifying, probably almost as terrifying as actually coming out. But I did it, and the film was selected by the jury. I got to direct it. It went to many festivals, and I'm just really glad that I did it and that it happened. And I'm not sure if I would be here today if not for that, because I think it boosted my self-confidence a little bit.
Absolutely. And I love that you are reclaiming that word for our community. I think these words have such a power on our community, and they've been used so much to insult the community, but I think like the word queer, how we reclaim it back and now we use it in everything. I think using that and that's wonderful. Sai, what's the queer pivotal moment in your life?
Sure. I mean, how much time do we have, really? It's like yeah,
all day.
Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, I struggled with thinking about this, and I really kind of narrowed it down to maybe 2 moments broadly. I guess one of the main things was, coming from a very straight, very bad, if I can say that, high school, and going from that to kind of coming to the city for Sejep and going to Dawson and studying liberal arts and very queer program. I think it was such a shift going from like a predominantly straight community to one that was like, you can find a straight person at all. I think just being in a community with like mainly queer people was really it was really invigorating. It really like gave, I think all of us, we kind of gave each other the support to be our authentic selves, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to, this conversation is really important because when I think about media overall, media has such a really strong power of how it impacts communities, right? Media tells stories, and the way they tell stories, it impacts communities. We've seen it throughout the times with queer people, with trans people, and how it tells the story. And I think there is a power, right? Our community come in and creating content for our community and having our voices is really important. And so, Sai, I want to talk about your research because that was really interesting to kind of, you looked at, doing video game narrative and think a little bit. So tell us a little bit about the research that you've done and some of the findings that you came.
Sure, yeah. So I looked at a lot of different games over my time at university, and I was really interested in kind of subversive modes of play. And so kind of, again, this is very like English lit-y, but troubling the author function, which I think like video games are really great about doing because the story of a video game can't really unfold unless you have somebody in front of the video game playing it. And so I really I'm into the idea of like the fact that the player is a co-author of the text in some ways, like the way that you play the game is actually you're creating the story in tandem with the systems and with the people who made the game before it launched. I wrote my master's thesis on The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. I was like frantically reading through it last night to remember what I wrote because it's been a minute. But I essentially wanted to kind of highlight how the concept of the wilds of wilderness, when we recreate it in video game form, it's with a very colonialist edge. We're really interested in kind of abstracting it and creating a very like palatable, ready for consumption version of the wilds, which I think is interesting. I think that there's a lot in games these days, especially open world games, that are about kind of processes of extraction, of collecting, of essentially ravaging the land. You are essentially playing this fantasy of someone coming into what's essentially a foreign land at this point, and trying to master it, trying to make it traversable, trying to make it familiar, trying to kind of de-foreignize it in a way. The way that you're in Breath of the Wild, you're activating towers and shrines. You're essentially creating all these different pathways in order to increase your mobility, in order to make the world more your own. A lot of it is these power fantasies of building up your own power in areas like this. These open world games with these like very inflated sense of inventories are all about collecting as much as you can and just like running down a hill, grabbing berries and sticks and rocks, and then throwing them into a pot and making a sword or something like that. It really encourages just these really thoughtless processes of extraction, which I think really does harken back to a colonialist mindset, unfortunately. And at the same time, extracting body parts from animals through hunting, through the violence that you enact on them in video games is also completely abstracted. You're not getting into the process of butchering an animal and discarding the parts that are undesirable. You just you know, shoot an animal with an arrow, and then there's a puff of smoke, and then you have like a perfectly cut piece of meat that you can then go and consume. And it's just like it's the way that we recreate wilderness in video games is so much about omission, so much about, yeah, again, just like picking and choosing what we think is palatable. And then, yeah, you get into like The Legend of Zelda in particular, and it's very enmeshed in this like nostalgia and affection for like white imperialism, where the whole point of almost every game is basically trying to, you know, intervene with the disruption, who's often in the form of, you know, Ganondorf, and there's like this desire to rebuild the kingdom, this desire to, you know, reinstate this like white heterosexual imperialism. And yeah, sorry, I could go on and on.
I was like, no, that's really interesting, right? I think these video games can also reinforce either the stereotype or the single story that we tell, right, around colonialism. And so this is why, I mean, diversity is important in any industry, and having those different perspectives, because we can tell the story from different perspective, right? And it can't just be from that one story that we've been telling so far.
Yeah, I totally agree. And also, I love Breath of the Wild. I'm a big fan of it. So, you know, this is not I'm not trying to cancel Link. Yeah. It's just, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love all of those points, and I have to say that I tend to shy away from open world because of that. Like, it's just too much for me, I often am like, oh my gosh, it's stressful playing some of these games, and
absolutely
it gets a little intense. Too much for me anyway. But video games overall and the video game industry is becoming you know, one of the major media industries in the world, and a way that a lot of people are consuming narrative, and it's becoming more and more important. We're seeing people who were typically not part of the video game industry becoming part of it again. And Olivier, you mentioned creating content with atypical characters, and I was hoping that you could speak a little bit to what that means and why that's important for Lowbirth, and how do you see that really impacting the industry overall?
Yeah, wow, that's a great question to unpack. I would say that for me, it's there are many different levels, but for me, one important thing is representation. Like I grew up in a small town in the early 2000s, and so my only exposure to queer people was through mainstream media, and back then the representation wasn't very diverse. I mean, you know, like it would be mostly like the typical gay best friend character who probably likes to shop and is probably like a hairdresser or something. And there's nothing wrong with both of those things, but I hate shopping, and I've never cut anyone's hair, you know. So like no, but I couldn't recognize myself in those representations, and so it was very hard for me at first to come to terms with my sexuality because of that. And so for me, when I decided to go into cinema at first and now in video games, like representation is very important. And that's something that we try to do at Lowbirth. And obviously we cannot represent everyone. That's impossible in a single game. And it's not our goal really, it's just to add to the representation that's already out there, add something new, and I don't think there can be too much representation. So I think that's a big part of it.
Awesome. And so when you say atypical, is it generally what classifies as kind of atypical?
Well, I think something that's common between well, our current project, This Bed We Made, and maybe even future projects that will come out in many years, is the fact that we tend to focus on people who don't quite fit in. So far, we've mostly had characters from invisible minorities. So obviously, queerness is a big part of it, but we also have people who have mental health issues. And yeah, it's so far that's what we focus on. But I think from project to project, and the more like diverse the people making the game will be, I think we will expand that even more.
No, that's amazing. I love that idea of including invisible minorities within the game creation, and how do you represent that? And Catherine, I would love to move the question to you as lead animator and animator for these games. Like, how do you create that reality for the player?
As an animator, I'm really trying to represent like Olivier's vision and everything, and I have an immense trust into their vision. Olivier, Sai, Fatima, all the narrative team. As an animator, like I'm really bad at telling stories. I really like to tell other people's stories, even though I'm queer and I have a story and everything. But that's really not my place. Yeah.
But I think don't like undersell yourself. I think like the way you animate the characters, you know, like it tells the story. It's a factor in telling the story.
Yeah, like my job is really trying to understand the character and how they move and how they portray themselves. But I don't really have a say in the narrative side of things. I could have a say if I wanted to, but I have so much I have so much respect for like what the other members of the team are already telling, that I'm just like trying to convey it, if it makes sense.
But you bring this character to life. That's something that's really key, right? You can write about a character, and probably writing about a character is much easier than bringing that character to life and seeing it move. And I think and like once that character becomes alive in a way and acting, you know, there is a personality that comes with it. And
like part of it is like staying true to the character also, like in the way they move. They are all different. Like we have a few key characters in our game, like Sophie, Beth, and Andrew, who all have like very distinct personalities, and they all move differently and talk differently. And we also like to look at the actors that do the voice actings, and they also do like acting tests for them, and we like try to stay true to it. Of course, our characters are hand animated, so we're not using mocap. But we still try to get the realism of it and like get inspired by the actors and the narrative team. Yeah.
That's awesome. You know, something also that Olivier mentioned around the type of characters and, you know, showcasing things like mental health and stuff and normalizing it, right? Like that's all I was thinking about is like there is, again, the games and the media have always told a story and a single story, and you reinforce that narrative in people's, and then people decide that it's bad or good because that's the narrative you hear over and over. And normalizing it through games and through other media outlets is so key if we want to talk more and more about this issue. So I really love that. I want to, Olivier, you know, you director, writer, producer, and so and also you do game design. But you know, you talk a lot about having a distinctive signature when you whatever creative process that you're going through. So I'm curious to hear like what is that like a distinctive signature and how it's impacting also the work that you do at Lowbirth.
Well, I think it comes back to what I was talking about earlier. It's really like the types of characters and stories that I'm interested in telling. I think that's really what it comes back to. But I would say in the end, I don't know like how really important my signature is, just in the sense that like movies and video games are very collaborative mediums. So like, sure, like I was, you know, at the inception of the project with Raphael and Chloe when we were just the three of us, but since then our team grew very much. And I think like every new person that works on the project brings so much to it. And I think the most important part of my job is actually not to like have great ideas or like come with like a signature. It's mostly about helping these great people and all the other people we worked with all work together and, you know, bring the best of themselves and, you know, I kind of just like try to lead them because like they're all working in different departments and all that, different fields like animation, sound, music. Like, so I just try to bring everyone to create this great thing that is, you know, greater than the sum of its parts. You know, so
you have you know, your initial team was the visionary team, right? That created that vision behind the game, and then. You know, it's important that always you stay true to that vision, but the creative process, different people work differently and bring different creative process, right? And you wanna, I mean, that's part of having that diversity on your team is to explore everyone's perspective, but then make sure that it stay true to the vision of the game that you're.
Yeah, I mean, the game evolved so much since the beginning. You know, like more than 3 years ago. And yeah, it's thanks to everyone we've been working with. Yeah.
I'm curious. You know, you talked earlier in the past. You sometimes didn't see yourself in characters, and probably all of us here sit in more or less a lot of times. You know, you might watch a queer story, but it might not resonate with you, even if you're queer, because we have different realities, right? How are you? I mean, every person here has their own story. How do you create a space for the team to like have that personal input without also diversion from the vision of the story that you're trying to do?
That's a good question. I guess that comes back to my earlier point of like, that's I think the struggle of my job, that I want to give everyone a chance to contribute to the project, but at the same time, like, if there's not like a direction, it's going to be a real mess, you know. So it's kind of like inviting people's feedback, and like at the end of the day, sometimes I have to like make decisions of like, no, this doesn't work with the direction. But it's just, I don't know, it's just about being open and welcoming people's ideas, and yeah.
Absolutely. So Catherine, I'm going to come back to you a little bit because you started working on this game and this bed we made, which we saw the video earlier, and it impacted you. So I want to talk a little bit about your journey being part of the game, and also that impact it has on you designing it.
Yes, well, working on this bed we made, we're obviously telling queer stories and everything, but before working at Lowbirth, I actually wasn't out of the closet, but learning about those characters that doesn't really exist, but that we invented, that actually struggled through their secretive, like, queer lives in the 50s, and just reflecting on that, like, I live in our times in Montreal, and I'm still not out. And I can't imagine how it was for those people in the 50s. It must have been so hard. And also, like, feeling at ease with my coworkers that also are queer, most of them, and like feeling safe in a queer space, which is something I didn't have before, gave me like the courage to come out to my family and friends. After so long, I'm 28 years old.
Congrats.
So, yeah, thanks.
It's never too late.
Yeah,
absolutely. But this is why it's important to tell the stories and have that diversity of stories, because I am absolutely sure that once your game is out, and as more and more people will play it, there will be young people who play this game, and it would show them also and make them realize certain things, and they will see people who designed this, the people behind the stories, and also who they are, right? And having those queer people doing it and being those role models for people, right? There is a big impact that it has. You know, you said something about, you know, it took a while to come out at work, and it's something we talk a lot about with Queertech, and we've done a lot of research. I mean, 1 out of 2 queer people, or about 54% of queer people, are not fully out at work in Canada, right? And this is a country where we are very ahead on human rights and LGBT rights, and I mean, we live in Montreal, a city that fairly queer, right? And yet you still have a lot of people who don't come out. And you mentioned something about safety, right? Like, it's important to create an environment of safety for people to be able to do that.
Yeah, I really wasn't in a safe place for a long time. I actually was when I was a teenager, but it didn't feel like the right time for me to come out. And then the situation changed. I lost my friends. My family like remarried in a very like Catholic family, and like they had like very homophobic views on things that wasn't the case before, and I just didn't feel safe anymore and tried to like shield myself from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, and that's a story that we hear over and over for a lot of people. And this is again why having more like media and having representation will empower our community. So that's why I love the work that you do. Sai, I'm gonna come back to you a little bit because I want to talk about, you know, you've done research, and so tell us a little bit like what's the stage of queerness in the video game industry. I mean, we know tech is very white, heterosexual, dominated industry. Video game is fairly similar, but as you try to queer the video game industry, what's the state of the industry today?
Sure. I mean, I think when you ask about the state of queerness and really any mainstream form of media, the answer is always it could be better. I mean, we're slowly getting there. I think like it is something that's in terms of representation, it's definitely improving. In terms of the people behind the games, I think it's definitely improving. But I think like, yeah, there's a long way to go, and I know that's like, yeah, it feels a little like defeating to kind of say that, because like, will we ever be done? Will there ever be enough? And like Olivier said, like there's never too much of it, but we still have a long way to go before it's something that I think is like widely accepted, widely celebrated. I mean, it's still hard for game devs of very, very popular games to announce a queer character being added to the roster or something like that without massive backlash, or it's still very hard for games that are predominantly about minorities kind of at the front and center to be really celebrated, to be really like to achieve that same level of commercial success as games that really center like straight white men who have bad haircuts and stuff. Like it's still a little dire out there for us, but I think like they all have the same haircut, yeah. But I think like perceptions of who plays video games are slowly shifting, and I think like that's really a big part of our mission as well at Lowbirth Games is to really, really try and put the spotlight on, hand the controller over to people who don't necessarily identify as like gamers, quote unquote. And I think like that definitely includes sexuality, it includes gender identity, it also can include something, as simple as you're not a person who has ever played a video game before. And I think, there's really something great about working at a place that not only fosters that in the games that we make, but also just like in our hiring practices and who's making the games. I think like, again, you kind of spoke about how like it's hard to find an in into the video game field if you haven't like specifically tailored your academic career towards that. And so much of that was just being so lucky to apply to a place that was actually interested in taking somebody who's a little bit outside of the standard and somebody who's going to bring a different perspective. Yeah. And so I think it really kind of comes down to studios being willing to be more open, willing to embrace different perspectives, and that's something that is gonna make a difference as time goes on.
Yeah. And I think the audience that's playing video games is also changing, right? We see more and more queer people playing videos, and they want to see that representation. And I think there is effort studios needs to make, but there's also that pressure of the communities that they are serving and how they can also drive that narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like, it is changing, and it has changed for sure, but at the same time, it's also, growing up, like all of my friends who, surprise, surprise, all ended up being queer, we all figured that out together. They all loved video games, and they were, they identified as women or gender non-conforming people, or, and those people were always there, and they were always playing video games, and now there's more, which is great, but, they were always there, just not necessarily part of the conversation.
I think maybe they weren't feeling, I'm sorry, maybe they weren't feeling comfortable, actually, because this is, I think the mission of Lowbirth is that we see it as two parts. We want, queerness in our games, representation and all that, but also, in the industry, like panels like this today, or like our social media presence and all that, I think it helps. We see it as a kind of virtuous circle that, the more, we create and everyone around us creates, queer games, and then maybe it will incite people to either go study in video games or work in video games, and then those people will make games, and it will mean more diversity in games, and then, it's kind of so on and so on. So I think it's part of it as well, of just like, so that people know that there's a place for them in the video game industry, which is an industry, by the way, which is known for like crunch and gatekeeping and like toxic masculinity and stuff like that. So I think it's important to change behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, and I think there is, and Andy, I think you have a question, but I just want to say, like, there is this misconception, right, that like, to work in the tech industry or in a video game, you need to be a tech background and you need to be a coder or you need to like design. But we've learned today that there is so much more to it, right? Like the storytelling part of it is even more as powerful as bringing the characters to life, right? And telling that narrative. So
yeah, I struggle to start a computer, so
Yeah, I mean, you've built an amazing, inclusive, diverse team. It sounds like the vision is incredible for what you're creating. We've talked a little bit about the process and how you're bringing your queerness, but I'm really excited by this game that's going to come out next year, right? So I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about, give us a preview of like what to expect when it comes out.
I think, Sai, you should go. You're very good at talking about the game, better than I am.
I don't know about that, but yeah, we just we finished up doing like 2 conventions over the past couple of months, and I've just been like regurgitating the same, blurb about the game for. Sure, yeah. So this is what we made. It's our studio's first game. It's a third-person narrative mystery game set in the 1950s. You play as a hotel maid named Sophie. She's a little too curious for her own good, so she tends to find her hands. Yeah, we're all a little bit Sophie on the inside. She tends to find her hands, roaming through the belongings of her guests, not for any notorious reason. She's just very interested in the secret lives that people lead behind closed doors. Through doing so, she ends up discovering that there's a dark mystery taking place at the hotel that she works at, that she herself is kind of embroiled in, and so she decides to play detective. So you get to, go through people's rooms, look for clues, solve puzzles, really try and get to the bottom of what exactly is going on at the hotel and why Sophie is involved. And then through doing that, you can also enlist the help of 2 of your coworkers. There's Beth and there's Andrew, who both offer different skill sets and perspectives that they can add to the investigation. They can also become more than coworkers depending on your choices. So there's a little social and romantic element to it as well. And of course, because you are playing a hotel maid, there's a lot of cleaning to do, which is more fun than it sounds.
Andy's loving it.
I love it.
Right? Surprisingly fun. I think when we started the game, we didn't think that would be a part of the game that people would enjoy, but some people, I think, will maybe play it only for the cleaning.
Absolutely,
which
yeah.
I guess is fine.
I mean, you just created a new gamer on the other side.
Right. Yeah, my first day at Lowbirth, when I was playing through the build that they had at the time, it was just like, oh my gosh, you had to clean a mirror. This is so exciting. The way that you clean the hotel rooms can also impact the investigation. So you want to be careful what you're throwing out, what you're keeping. If you're cleaning a room that maybe you shouldn't be in, that might give away your presence to somebody who you don't want knowing where you were. And all of that can affect how the game unfolds in the end and the fates of the various characters.
I'm super, super excited. I mean, it's invoking thoughts of like 4 Rooms, that movie 4 Rooms, and I'm seeing Sophie as that little connective between all of the narratives. So I'm really quite excited. And the cleaning part, that's my dream.
I want to talk a little bit about your also entrepreneurship journey in this, and then we're gonna open it to some questions. So start thinking questions in the audience, but. Canada Media Fund have really supporting Lowbirth, Queertech, Imagination. It's really great to see the fund and the government in general just investing in our organization so we can tell the stories, right? You were 3 people when you started, Olivier. You're about 15 people now. Amazing. Talk to us a little bit just about that journey and how the Canada Media Fund also supported you to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are incredibly lucky to be in Canada. and in Quebec, and especially in Montreal for different reasons. In Canada, mainly for the Canada Media Fund, but also many other help that we can get. But and in Quebec, there's some tax credits that reimburse 37.5% of the salaries of everyone on the team. So that's a big help. But I would say that another big thing as well is in Montreal, I think we're more than 200 studios. And there's a real sense of like collaboration and like people really help each other. Like we're part of the Indie Asylum, which is a group of studios who share offices, but also resources. And there's also gameplay space. And I just feel like Montreal is such a nice place to be making games because like you can, like if you want advice or anything, like other people are there for you. And so that's how we started. I mean, Chloe and I did a short summer program to learn how to create a video game studio, basically. And our teachers ended up investing in the company. They were the first people. About a year in the project, they invested, they became shareholders of the company. So they were the first to believe in us, and that allowed us to go get the CMF. And then from there, yeah, that's how we're here today.
And I love that. So the reason I asked this question is because I know a lot of queer people who are thinking about, you know, getting into games or writing stories. And, you know, a lot of times we don't know what the resources available. And so this is, you know, like knowing that if you have an idea and that you're looking to bring your game to life, that there are some resources like the Canada Media Fund that can support some of this work.
Absolutely, and I think the other great thing as well is just the fact that we're in 2022 and it's so easy now to make games. Like I don't think we would have been able, Raphael, Chloe and I, to make games like even 10 years ago, because like we don't come from, you know, rich families and we have like, you know, debt from our studies and all that. So like we were able to start at the beginning when we had no money, you know, no CMF funding yet. We were able to start because of Unreal Engine and because of so many softwares out there that are very accessible now. Like if you have a computer, if you have an internet connection, if you have a lot of will and, you know, motivation, you can create a game, you know, by yourself if you want. We have a lot of friends who do it. So like I think it's easier than ever to create games.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna open it to the audience and see if there's a question, and I want to come back to you and talk a little bit about resources. So what are the resources that you found for you also as you design? Think about some resources that we can share with the audience. But before I get to that and kind of like have that as part of our closing, do we have any questions in the audience? Okay, wait, we're gonna give you a mic because we have people listening also online. So go ahead, Matt.
Are there any like video game stories or characters in particular over the years that you think have like really impacted how you work and build narratives now in your work?
Oh, that's a great question. I guess like, yeah, there's so many that kind of come to mind. I think one of the major inspirations, particularly for writing this that we made, was were the characters of Life is Strange. I think like that's you know, it's really informed kind of the structure of the game, but also just yeah, the way that the characters are written, just like that real emphasis on being able to empathize with them, that ability to kind of just get these different perspectives, which I think Life is Strange is really great at fostering, and I think yeah, that's been a big one for us.
Awesome,
Thank
you. Any other question in the audience? Don't be shy. Awesome, I see there is a hand in the back. We'll get you the mic, and just make sure you speak to the mic and loud so people online can hear us.
Do you guys hear? Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, so I basically just wanted to know what is better for like queering like the video game industry. Like you guys went to approach like creating a new studio, which is great. Love that for you guys. But do you guys think it's possible to like be able to queer the video game industry while being in like one of these big brand studios?
That's a good question. I don't know if we can really answer that because I don't think we've really done it. But I think I think it's possible from within, but I think we kind of decided to take a little shortcut for us at least. Like I think the idea was like we don't really, at least I know for Chloe, Raphael, and I, like we don't really see a place for ourselves in the current industry, so we will just create that place, that space that we want. But yeah, I mean. I know also like indie development is not for everyone, like it's a different type of situation, so I totally understand like people who prefer to work like in AAA studios or bigger studios, so I'm sure there's a lot that can be done there, but I don't know if you guys have any ideas.
Yeah, I say yes, it is very possible. We work with a number of larger partners that, and we've interacted with a number of queer employees at those studios and companies, and it's really great to hear their stories and how they're bringing their authentic self to work every day, and they're helping to impact the way that the development is happening within the company. Again, it's not as quick and apparent as if you create your own studio, but that work is there, and I think that there is opportunity, especially if you need that security of a larger studio for your own professional development. There's so much you can learn, and we encourage, that's why we encourage all of our partners to really accept the full authentic person when they're hiring, because it really impacts the effects of what the end product is overall.
Absolutely, and this is why it's important. The work we're doing in tech overall is we want to increase that representation and increase the number of queer people in the gaming industry or in tech in general, because that's where any change will happen, right? We need that representation. Hopefully more and more queer people will work at big studios, but also have ideas to start their own studios, and then we can queer one studio at a time, and then by the time you know it, there is so many queer studios in Montreal and around the world, right?
That's a good slogan, actually. Queering one studio at a time. I like that.
Absolutely.
I think I don't know if you guys might have heard of this story recently about one of the employees working on God of War Ragnarok, and how they managed to like craft this very long series of side quests around the romance that he had with his partner, who had unfortunately passed before the game had been fully developed. And it was like, look up the Twitter thread and like sob about it tonight, which is basically what I did last night. And yeah, I thought that was like such a great and unexpected. I don't really have any experience with the God of War franchise, but it was something that I really never expected to see. It was this like long drawn out queer romance that was inspired by real queer events. And I think like, yeah, it's tricky, and there are questions of hierarchy, and there are questions of getting the right people to listen. But yeah, I think you gotta just keep trying to tell your story in however many ways you can. And I think supporting indie studios is great. Like if you're somebody who works for a AAA company, like as a consumer, maybe supporting indie studios who are really kind of putting queerness front and center. Because our success will only mean like queerness is going to become more and more widespread throughout the gaming industry.
And we talk like it's really important that queer people pick the right studio when you work. Like we say, pick the right tech company, because that will really define your experience and your future in the industry. If you don't do some work to make sure that the studio you pick or the company you pick does not share the values that you have, then it will be frustrating, and you're not going to stay in that industry and leave. And so, I mean, your studio is like the ultimate dream for a queer person, right? Come in and just having that queer environment. And maybe not every studio is like that, but I think there are a lot of studios that can be have that inclusive environment and support queer people to come and learn and be their authentic self and share their stories. Time always flies. And so I want to kind of like in the closing just think about resources that you have used during your journey in either when you study, when you're working today. What are some of the resources that you can recommend that our queer people should look into, especially if they are looking to get into 3D design? Any recommendations?
Yeah, personally, before I even went to school, I was really into like YouTube videos about animation, books like The Animator's Survival Kit, who is so inspiring animation-wise. There's YouTube videos of Sir Wade, I believe the name is, which has very high quality animation principles and all of those kind of things. I'd also suggest taking acting classes for animators, something I wish I could do, but I know like it's super good for animators also.
That's great. Why acting classes? Is it because you can get into the characters, or why?
Yeah, exactly. Like as an animator, I don't need to have like the specific acting for a camera of that. I cannot do those things myself, but I can see it on the characters I animate because I don't animate in real time. So I have to think about everything a character does, like why is he blinking at that specific moment? Because like he thinks about the character, like just register and a thought or something everybody else says, so he's gonna blink. So it's so interesting, and if you get into it, there's so much little details like this that you don't see when you talk to someone, but once you start understanding it, it makes so much sense, and it helps to not go into the uncanny valley thing. Yeah.
And honestly, I still think you probably have the coolest job and the most important one in this, because like bringing a character to life requires so much, right? And like blinking, how often does the character blink, and how do you make it feels normal, right? Like, because you can easily watch something and be like, why is it acting so weird? Or you can be like, oh my god, like it acts so normal, right? And
yeah, and it's such an ungrateful job because nobody's gonna notice animation unless there's a problem.
yes, it's true. It's true. It's like people will right away be like, why is it acting weird? But if it's normal, it'll be like, oh, that's how we expected. I love that. So
I just want to gush about Catherine for a moment. She's absolutely like it's really true, the comparison to acting, and like I think we make her job and the animator's job very difficult on this bed because it's not like an action game, you know, and somehow like, you know, it's not like the animation is not like big, like combat choreography. So somehow I think that's maybe harder because like, you know, it's really in the small details of like, oh, the look there, she's like thinking about her past or whatever. Like, you know, it's tricky, and that's when I think, yeah, like and sometimes our animators will take reference videos of themselves, and like Antoine does that a lot, and like they're acting, they're acting out the character, and then they translate that into animation. So I'm really amazed by that process.
Absolutely. So Olivier, share with us a little bit from your journey. What are some of the resources? You mentioned you took a class, but what are some of the resources that help you do your job today?
I mean, honestly, like I'm gonna echo Catherine a little bit, like YouTube. Like when we started, only the three co-founders, we didn't have a programmer, and we were working in Unreal Engine. So like in basically a month or two, I learned Unreal Engine from YouTube. And our first prototype of the game, I programmed myself, and I was saying earlier that like I'm bad at even turning a computer on. Like I'm exaggerating a little bit, but like I have no technical background. Like even when I was in cinema, like I would not really operate the camera or all that. Like it was more like the creative aspect behind the scenes. So it's just, yeah, I think you can find pretty much anything you need online. You can go to school if you want, you know, study video games, but like we didn't, and we still made it into
Absolutely.
the industry.
And I love your background, right? Like you don't have to be like what we think a mad genius or study quantum physics to like program, right? So absolutely, you know, people can learn, you know, programming and just look it up online, and I think that's really great. Sai, what are some of the resources that you would recommend folks to look maybe around storytelling, narrative, the research you've done?
Sure. thesaurus.com. I always have that. I always have a tab open.
I love
when
that,
I'm
me
writing.
too.
What is it called?
Thesaurus, like literally just an online thesaurus. But yeah, I think for me, something that was really invaluable was game jams, which, thankfully Montreal has a lot that you can participate in. I think like literally this weekend is Game Morella happening over at TAG, and going and just kind of echoing a little bit of what we've spoken about, just like being able to access software that is readily available, and just like even taking like 5 minutes to kind of start making a game is just immediately going to change how you think about writing, how you think about stories, how you think about how these things are put together. Just being able to put yourself in that zone of really starting to think about the different pieces, I think is really great. So yeah, game jams, they're free, they're often really fun. They really introduce you to a lot of different software, a lot of different people, a lot of different lessons that you can take forward into making a game.
Awesome. So if anyone is looking to get the game, how can someone get this game? When are you launching, and how can we get the game?
Yes, so we will launch next year, so sometime in 2023. We can't say exactly when because video game development is very unpredictable. But the game is already, the page for the game is already up on Steam, so you can go and wishlist us. And so you'll get a little notification when the game comes out. And you can find us on all of social media at Lowbirth Games mostly, and Sai is usually behind it. Anything else?
Are you looking for game testers at all, or do you ever?
Yes, we need playtesters.
Awesome. Well, we'll make sure that we find a way to connect them to you. I'm sure our community would love to be game testers.
Absolutely. We are getting to time. I mean, again, I can talk to you all day about this, but thank you so much for accepting the invitation, sharing your story, and coming here today. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone, for coming also. And good to
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nancy, don't go back.
Oh, sorry.
If you're aligned. Bad, you bad.
Welcome to this first Imagination at FI International panel on queer storytelling. This was an idea of Sasha from the Kyiv International Short Film Festival, and we were happy to host it for them this year, and we hope to do this again. This is about the filmmakers, this is about storytellers. So I have a couple of folks here who are people who present stories, and we will say a few words. Bohdan from the Molodis, is it Kyiv first or Molodis first? Molodis Kyiv International Film Festival. Kat Setzer and myself from Imagination. And is Sasha here?
Yeah.
This is Angelique. Hello, Sasha.
Hey.
And Sasha from the Kyiv International Short Film Festival. So Sasha, I was just saying that we are gonna say a few words about ourselves because we present the films, and I also said that thank you. This was your initiative. This was your idea, and we're extremely proud and happy to be partnering with you again. And so, do you want to tell us a bit about maybe your festival or what was your idea behind doing this?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Sasha Prokopenko, and I'm the head of programming at the Kyiv International Short Film Festival. And this is one of the largest short film events in Ukraine. And I'm thrilled to say that this year, one of our main focuses is the Sexuality Matters section. And one of these 4 programs is actually Queertech by Imagination. And it's so exciting to have this yet another bonding moment between our festivals. And thank you, Kat and Charlie, for this opportunity to tell our Ukrainian audience these stories from Montreal. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And I do want to mention that we did the same thing during our short film festival. We showed Ukrainian films that you had curated during that event. So, дякую.
Thank you.
Bohdan is a friend and colleague. Both of you are friends and colleagues. Bohdan is a friend and colleague from the Molodis, which is the International Film Festival in Kyiv. And we discussed very early on putting together a retrospective. It was supposed to be a focus, but it became a retrospective of Ukrainian queer cinema, which is, we believe, the first in the world, which is very exciting. So, дякую for doing that. And would you just tell us a bit about it, please?
Hi, everyone. We put together, so maybe just a few words about Molodist. Molodist is the biggest film festival and the oldest film festival in Ukraine. It's 52 years old, and part of it is Sani Bani, which is a queer program. And that has been part of the festival since 2001, so 21 years now. And that's the program I'm in charge of. And now there's been a lot of interest to Ukrainian cinema around the world, and Ukrainian queer cinema in particular. And that's why I have been working to present the Ukrainian queer films, which are not that numerous. Unfortunately, not yet, but there are anyway plenty to show and a lot of storytellers. And we had the idea to make it a retrospective, which is not a very big retrospective, but it's quite a nice program that goes back to 1965. And this is a film that is believed to be the greatest Ukrainian film, Shadows of Forgotten Ancestors. And it's a very historic film for Ukraine, for Ukrainian cinema, and for Ukrainian history in general. It's very significant, and yeah, it was made by a queer filmmaker, so that's why it is part of the program. But also we have another archival film from 1990, Even A, which is a very homoerotic, surprisingly homoerotic film, if you think that it's still from the time of the Soviet Union. There are 2 other feature films in this that are from recent years, and as well as a collection of short films. There are 6 short films in this program. One of them is Angelika's film, Ukrainian Queer Fighters for Freedom, and it's just an attempt to show the span and the diversity of Ukrainian queer cinema, but this program could be bigger, of course. It hasn't been, the problem is that Ukrainian queer cinema, queer culture hasn't really been researched because of, it has been repressed like any otherness in the Soviet Union under Russian colonialism, under Soviet colonialism. A lot of repression was imposed on Ukraine, not just Ukraine, but Ukraine in particular, and especially on Ukraine. There has been a lot of suppression, and so there hasn't been a lot of it, but at the same time, you can find some queerness in older films as well, and there is, to me, there's one important thing that I need to point out here, that there was another film I had in mind, and another filmmaker who is one of the greatest filmmakers in the history of cinema, and one of the least appreciated, unfortunately, Kira Muratova, who, without whom Ukrainian queer cinema would not be full. She was a very essential filmmaker. She passed away a few years ago, and a film by her was intended to be in this program, 3 stories, but this is also an illustration of us having the suffering Russian colonialism. It was a co-production of Russia and Ukraine, and the majority rights holders are Russians right now, and so we, of course, could not show it because of that. Obviously, we're not working with anyone from there. Yeah, this is like the continuing colonialism that we still suffer, but yeah, this program is in part an attempt to reappropriate what's ours, and this concerns Ukrainian cinema, but it also concerns queer cinema, because Serhiy Parajanov, the director of Shadows of Forgotten Ancestors, is widely known to have been queer, but it's not something that we talk about really, and he's one of the greatest filmmakers in history of cinema in general, not just a significant part of Ukrainian cinema. So yeah, it's important to reclaim his queerness and the queerness in his films, as well as in the films by Kira Muratova, whose filmmaking is extremely queer on a deeper level, even though it may not be explicitly with queer or LGBTQ+ stories. So yeah, this is the first queer retrospective of its kind, and I hope that there will be more coming.
Well, we'll continue to revisit it next year. Sasha, you come too? Thank you, Bohdan. Kat? You and I could maybe tell folks about our Story Lab initiative, and I'll talk about the CMF initiative. So do you want to go?
Sure. We began the I+N, or you're calling it I+N Story Lab. I've been calling it I+N. I'm going with I+N
I'm happy
Story
with
Lab
either one.
initiative in 2021. And it was born out of a real need we have been exhibitors of cinema for, well, 35 years. But we really began to believe that it was really essential to offer mentorship and to offer opportunities to help get the stories told rather than just showing them. So the Story Lab initiative was a mentorship program. There were 6 mentees that were paired with a mentor to develop a whole script over a number of months period. It was an absolutely enriching experience for all involved, mentors and mentees. And then the culmination of that took place at our short film festival, which was an extraordinary afternoon full of pitches and so forth, and it was just like overwhelming. So the products that came out of this Story Lab initiative were really, really incredible, and now we move to the next stage to get them on film or on tape and out into the world. So,
and the mission of this project is not only to, what you said, to help to really give a hand to emerging artists. It's also to leave cities, to have regions.
Absolutely.
It's focused on regions, underrepresented voices. I don't like that term. I call it less heard voices.
Underrepresented queer
voices. So we're looking at. I'm from a francophone hors Québec. I'm a francophone outside of Quebec. We have no voice. We don't exist anywhere in this culture. To get that on screen, to help indigenous queer voices, two-spirit voices, BIPOC voices, and so to basically get out of the traditional storytelling that is often urban-based and help create a larger multiplicity of more represented perspectives and voices. And we also started this year, I'll be very brief, with our main partner, the Canadian Media Fund, a series of conversations with Canadian queer creators. It includes gaming. There are sneak peeks on television series or web series or films coming up, including also films that we're showing in the festival, so people can watch the film and come and have a conversation with these folks. That's also what we're trying to do, to put storytellers forward, to have storytellers tell their story, their point of view, where they're coming from, why all this, and to discover our queer folks a bit better. So now, Sasha, would you like to introduce your guest?
Yeah, of course. Here with me we have Angeliko Stimenko, the director of a film titled Ukrainian Queer Fighters for Freedom. And actually this film was screened today at the Ukrainian competition in Kyiv. So yeah, I'd like to hear them and let them introduce their film as well.
Hello.
Angelika, if you mind.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, hey. I'm really excited to be here, and thank you for inviting me.
We are very, very happy, and thank you for making the time to come in and share with us. We are impatiently awaiting for you to tell us about your film. The idea behind this is to kind of get the idea of who you are, what your creative process is, like how you got to this idea, any stories about the film. This is about you to talk about your film.
Yes. So I came back to Kyiv on April, and I was just looking for something to be useful somehow and to do something, to, I don't know, anything that I could. And I'm an artist and also a queer activist. And I thought I know a lot of people, queer people who are in army now. And I just decided to help them to tell their stories.
And tell us more, because this is being streamed internationally,
yeah.
And perhaps people don't know about your film. So could you tell us a bit more about your film? Is it?
Yes. It's basically just people telling their stories about how the 24th of February started for them, and just their experience of what they felt, and just what the first thing that they were doing. And some people decided to join army in the first day, some people a little bit later, some people started volunteering, and it just, just people telling how this, like the personal experience of being queer during the war and just what was happening to them.
Okay. But we'll get back to, we're gonna introduce our other guests here, and at one point it would be very cool if you could talk amongst each other. That's the point of this again. So don't move. We'll be right back. Okay. Nancy, welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
Nancy, your film Falena is part of Queerement Québec, which is also playing in Kyiv right now. And but both of you were invited for the most part because your films are very particular. They're very original. They're a very different perspective that we're used to seeing in terms of queer storytelling. So tell us again about your creative process. How did this lovely thing come to be?
Yeah, my short film is Falena, and it's a coming-of-age film. It is my first short film. It's the story of a young woman who's preparing to leave her parents' house in the suburbs and move away, and is kind of facing a little bit of a drifting relationship with her best friend. And while she's packing up to move, she comes across this self-portrait at a garage sale of this older woman who lives in a home and has this old self-portrait of herself that is nude, and she decides to begin exploring nude photography. I wrote the first draft of the film in 2017. I was still in university, and I wrote it the night that I moved out of my parents' house in the suburbs and was in my first apartment in Montreal. And I was in like a screenwriting class, and I had to write this. I had to write something, and I wrote this kind of moving story. And it was a project that was not queer to me at the time. I didn't even know that I was queer at that time. I had just moved in with my boyfriend at that time. I was like 21, I think. And I was always kind of exploring. I always like to really explore this like ambiguity between friendship and love, and kind of the heartbreak that is like leaving your friends behind, or like seeing a close friendship start to fade. Yeah, so my film is an exploration of that boundaries between friendship and love, and then using creative practice and art as a way to like further explore your identity and figure things out about yourself. So while the character is kind of using nude photography and self-portraiture to like explore herself before she takes this transition in her life, the film was kind of a meta, like that's what I was doing. That film for me was like a process of figuring out that I was queer. And by the end of that film, when I finished shooting it, I came out as queer and realized then in the editing that I wanted to have the ambiguity of the relationship and the identity of the character to come out more as queer than I had maybe intended it when I was writing and didn't really realize. So yeah, that's a little bit of a first look at what it is. Yeah.
That is curious. That is curious because it's more about self-reflection. That's sort of how we get the queer, because it's not queer per se in a way that we're used to thinking of stories that way. So, nice.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to come back to that. Nina.
Yes.
Nina, Nancy and I are going to be your interpreters for the day. So Nina made Les Éveillés. Nina is from France. La ville encore de toi?
Paris. Je vis à Paris, ouais.
Tu viens de Paris, toi?
Ouais.
Oh, okay. So she's from Paris. And she also made a very original approach to how one can be queer in a story. And if you could tell us, si tu pouvais nous parler un petit peu de l'origine de l'histoire, et tout ça. Et Nancy et moi, si tu veux t'essayer en anglais, vas-y. Hein. Okay.
C'est mieux pour tout le monde que je parle en français.
Ok,
pour moi.
je te regarde, Nancy.
Ouais.
Go.
Déjà, je voudrais dire à Nancy, dont j'ai vu le film, félicitations, parce que j'ai pu le voir lors de la première des Éveillés à Chicago, au Reeling Film Festival. C'est un très beau film, donc voilà, je voulais lui dire.
So that's a congratulations to Nancy on her film. She's seen it in another festival, so...
Yeah, Nina and I have never met, but our films played together in Chicago in a queer film festival reeling. So Nina has seen my film.
Oh, that's an interesting moment. I love those. Okay.
Oui, concernant Les Éveillés, donc c'est un premier film comme le tien, qui fait 30 minutes. Il a été écrit il y a 4 ans. C'est une histoire, on va dire, c'est la réunion entre deux communautés différentes. Une jeune fille qui a à peu près 18 ans, qui vit dans un petit village du sud-ouest de la France avec son père. Elle s'occupe de lui depuis des années puisqu'il est très malade. Et en fait, elle fréquente des gens du voyage, des tziganes, qui sont sédentarisés depuis des années. Ils se connaissent depuis l'enfance. Ah oui, il faut traduire.
Would you like me to translate or would you like...
Wow.
Charlie, would you
I like these challenges.
We're both going,
good
are
game.
you doing this?
Well, I could translate if you want me to.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be just getting the gist of it.
Yes. Nina, il va peut-être falloir que tu répètes.
Je répète.
Plus lentement, puis je vais traduire.
Très bien, on va recommencer. Donc c'est un film qui parle d'une jeune fille qui vit avec son père qui vit seule avec son père qui est malade depuis des années.
So it's a short film about a young woman who lives with her father, her father has been ill for several years.
Et en fait, dans ce village, elle fréquente des gens du voyage, des tziganes sédentarisés depuis qu'elle est toute petite.
Elle répète.
Des gens du voyage, des gitans. Elle fréquente des gens du voyage.
Des gens du voyage.
Ouais. Comment vous traduisez ça, d'ailleurs?
What you originally said too is that you wrote the film 4 years ago, I think, and that it was based in southern France in the Roma communities.
Okay. Sorry, I was not familiar with that term in French.
That's okay. Now we know. So yes, so it's based on your because I've seen your introduction. I can even speak for you a little bit. You made us a beautiful, very lengthy, including flashbacks to your youth introduction to the film, which, by the way, you can all see on our website in the I+N Explore section, which is a home for creators and their stories. Let's get back to you.
Yes.
So yes, it's your relationship to the Roma community that you grew up with in your times en parallèle in southern France.
Ok.
Go Nancy.
Du coup, lorsque son père va mourir, Zoé, le personnage principal, qui est très très proche donc de ces gens du voyage, il va lui être proposé par l'une de ses amies de veiller le corps de son père selon les traditions tziganes.
Okay, so the term I wasn't understanding in French is that for the Roma people, and this young woman, when her father is approaching death, decides to ask a friend of hers in the Roma community to share a traditional practice to honor the looming death of the father.
Yes. Ok. Donc, cette histoire vient d'une histoire que j'ai vécue moi-même et de gens que je connais depuis que je suis enfant, puisque j'ai tourné le film avec des personnes que je connais depuis toujours. Et vous me dites si je vais trop vite.
So this is a personal story because Nina has the experience of living in close proximity to the Roma people and having a relationship with this community growing up.
Yes. Et donc c'est cette histoire d'amour. Ce film raconte la réunion de deux communautés qui ne sont pas censées se retrouver, se connaître, s'aimer, et de ce qu'on est capable de faire pour les gens qu'on aime malgré les barrières, les traditions, les religions, etc.
So the film is exploring a meeting between two communities that are not typically maybe an unusual encounter between two communities, and exploring how you can cross boundaries through love and love.
Love, yes. voilà. Et étant donné que c'est un premier film, j'ai pas de, on va dire, je sais pas comment ça se passe chez les autres, mais c'était important pour moi de faire ce film pour parler d'une communauté qui est très peu représentée en France. Je sais pas comment c'est ici ou ailleurs d'ailleurs.
So Nina says it's her first film, and she wanted to look into representing this community that is very underrepresented in France, and she asked if that is the case here, and that the answer is yes.
Faisant partie d'une communauté moi-même queer, avec un besoin de voix et de représentation, je trouvais important de pouvoir mettre à l'écran, en tout cas, ces personnes-là, avec un regard qui était le mien sur les choses que je connais de ces traditions-là.
So Nina, also being part of an underrepresented community, which is the queer community, felt that it was important to, through her queer perspective, put the Roma community's voices on screen through her perspective.
Et je pense que mon travail en tant que jeune femme queer a été aussi, je ne sais pas comment ça s'est passé pour toi, mais d'essayer de travailler un maximum avec des personnes, justement, des minorités, des femmes lesbiennes, des femmes en chef de poste, des personnes queer sur le plateau, pour que ce soit une safe place et qu'il y ait vraiment une safe place, en fait.
So Nina's saying that being a queer woman herself, she found it very important to try and involve as many queer people and women as possible in the production of the film, and she asked if that was the case for me. So I also think it was important for me to include, have my film be composed of women. I think at the time, not even knowing I was queer necessarily, and not even knowing I was making a queer film, I don't know how many people were queer in the film, but the cast was. We were all bi, and that was kind of a nice bonding in the production of the film. Yeah.
And Angelique, I know this. You've made different types of film. I understand that, because they're, at least at this point, they're talking about like the composition of their crew, and their team, their crew. And I know this doesn't necessarily apply to you, but how was your? We could bring it back to how was your film made? I know you described that you wanted to interview folks, and did you work with other people? How is there other folks that work with you? Tell us a bit about how you made the film, please.
Yeah, so actually I made it basically on my own, like just interviewing, shooting, and editing, because, I don't know, for me it's like, you know, I don't have a lot of resources as a queer Ukrainian person, and I wouldn't want to like sit around and wait when I would have enough of resources to do something. So I just get used to making something regardless of the fact that I might not, you know, have a lot of things. So I just had a camera, and I just had the community of people, and I just texted them like, hey, can I interview you? And it just started like that.
So, and this is this the first time that you do? I mean, I understand the context of all of this and the urgency to create and tell these stories. Is this the first time that you've worked with film or showing moving images, shall I say?
No, I made 2 short films before, but they went documentaries, and this is the first the film that is documentary.
Okay. You've never sent us your films. I need to see your films. Let's do that. I would love for you, some of you have seen each other's films, I would love for a conversation to happen between you, questions, impressions, the type of filmmaking that Angelique is doing, which, as I said, is different from you, but we can start with perhaps the films that have been seen between you.
Wow.
I could maybe ask you a question, Nina. I haven't seen your film, but hearing the synopsis as you've shared it, can you tell us where the queer perspective factors in? Is there a queer storyline within your film? Est-ce qu'il y a un personnage queer? Can you tell us more about it?
Bonne question, merci. Du coup, je vais te répondre et tu vas devoir traduire ma réponse.
Oui.
Oui, c'est vrai que j'en ai pas parlé. J'ai parlé de la communauté gitane, mais pas de la relation queer entre deux personnages. En fait, j'ai souhaité justement réaliser un film dans lequel il y a une relation d'amour naissante entre deux jeunes filles. Et j'ai souhaité la traiter comme ça, sans que ce soit une relation poussée, parce qu'elles sont au début de leur désir, qu'elles sont jeunes et qu'elles se cherchent, et qu'il y a aussi cette barrière un petit peu de communauté qui fait qu'elles ont... il y a des choses qui peuvent pas se passer tant qu'elles ne sont pas parties toutes les deux et qu'elles n'ont pas la liberté pendant cette veillée, pendant 3 jours et 3 nuits, lorsqu'elles sont toutes les deux sur un terrain vague, de pouvoir laisser libre cours à qui elles sont, à leurs désirs l'une pour l'autre. Je te laisse.
So I'll translate. Alors, c'est une jeune fille française et une fille...
Yeah.
So I asked Nina what the queer relationship was in her film, and she responded that it is a budding romance between a young French woman and a young Roma woman. And their love kind of starts to grow and exist when they have space outside of their communities and get to spend time together. So there's a sort of, from what I understand, an existing in their own space together and exploring their queer identity outside of kind of the barriers of their communities.
Exactement. Donc oui, il y a une histoire d'amour. Et j'avais en fait envie de faire un film dans lequel que moi j'aurais aimé voir adolescente, à un moment où je me questionnais justement sur ma sexualité, sur qui j'étais, sur mes relations aux autres, à mes amis. Donc c'est ce que ça représente.
So Nina says that she wanted to make a film that was the kind of film that she would have liked to see when she was young, when she was a teen, the way that she would have liked to see herself represented as she was making the film and questioning her own identity and questioning her own relationships to her friends and the other people in her life.
J'ai l'impression que c'est aussi le cas de ton film.
Yes, I'd say that it is also the case in my film. I think like I have some, when I tell this story of like not knowing that I was queer when I made the film and like when I shot it and everything, and then being asked like, oh, well, now you say it's a queer film, and even if the people in the film were like not really aware that was the perspective, I've been kind of reflecting on that question, and I feel like regardless of whether I knew I was queer at the time or whether I wrote that film as an intentionally queer project, my perspective is queer and has always been queer, regardless of whether I was out or like had come to that conclusion myself. So I think that, yeah, it's a similar, like, seeing how these characters can relate to each other and be, there's kind of like an intergenerational aspect in my film where there's like this older woman who clearly is kind of surrounded by art and artistic, has this sort of like joie de vivre, and like it serves as kind of like a motivator to the main character to have someone to look up to who has an artistic practice and who is maybe not living life in a traditional way, or at least through the character's perspective. But yeah, I'd be curious to ask you, Angélique, is this?
Yes.
Yeah, curious to ask you too, how you maybe situated yourself in the film as a queer filmmaker and your relationship with the people that you interviewed.
But also, I was going to ask, sorry, just my apologies. I was going to ask Baudin, who's probably seen Angélique's work, you could also discuss the other work. Continue, my apologies. with the question that was asked of you.
Yes. It's like all the people that are there are part of my community. So the people that I knew before, that's why it's really like emotional for me, and I cannot watch the film. And after I released it, I was just like crying all day, because like it's really hard topic about the war and how it affected us. And people that are there, some of them are my friends, some of people that I know, some of them just like friends of friends, but they're just like part of my community, like Ukrainian queer community.
I haven't actually seen the other films by Angelica, but just this film.
Okay, I can ask the question. Can you tell us a bit more about the other films that you said you made, the two other films that you said, from what perspective are they from, and what were you saying in those films?
Yeah, so the first film I made, it was like, I think 4 years ago, and it was shot on 16 millimeters on film. And it was like my first experience of making something like that. And I wouldn't say that it was queer, because back then I wasn't aware that I was queer. So it was just like, art. And the second one is it's about a queer couple and queer non-binary couple, Ukrainians, and it's about like intimacy between them and the closeness.
You're back.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. You were saying the intimacy between your second film, the intimacy, it cut here, so perhaps.
Yeah. So about the intimacy between two queer people, and it's like kind of explores this a little bit, but it's not a documentary, it's a fiction.
I have sort of just a note, a really wonderful thread that I'm seeing emerge in this discussion between you three filmmakers and it underlines the power of storytelling, and in particular queer storytelling, is that through the process of creating, and you said you began your film 2017 for a script writing class, the process of creation can be sort of mirrored with the process of creation one's identity. So it is through, for at least the two of you, through making those films, your queerness emerged or became more known to you. And I think also, and Nina, your film is really talking about those two young women coming to find themselves by being able to go to a space with which they have some more freedom, but also freedom that is inspired by sort of internalizing some of their own identity that perhaps they had not known, some characteristics. And I find that to be really absolutely beautiful and really, really quite powerful, and why we're here in many ways.
And Angelique's second film.
Absolutely, yes, of course. In terms of, and doing your second film, you really just said when I did it, very similar words. I was just sort of making it, but I wasn't really thinking I was queer, but in fact, it is so informed by, a realization of one's identity, and the identity that, as you said, Nancy, has been there all along. And that's powerful, the power of storytelling.
It is the power of storytelling. Is there anything that you, Angelique or Nina or Nancy, would like to add? Would you like to, in the vein of what we're talking about?
Moi, je voudrais dire que j'ai l'impression de tous, par rapport à tout ce qu'on s'est dit, j'ai pas vu les autres films, mais en tout cas, j'ai le sentiment qu'il y a quand même une envie, un besoin de tous ici de pouvoir créer de nouvelles représentations qui ne soient pas centrées sur la sexualité des personnes queer à l'écran. Et je trouve que c'est bien, puisque ça permet d'inclure les queers dans des histoires normales, on va dire. Et c'est important parce que jusqu'à maintenant, c'était peu le cas. Et c'est quelque chose que je crois qu'il faut qu'on pousse et qu'on essaie un maximum de normaliser.
Yeah, I can translate. What Nina said was that there seems to be a connection between what we're all saying and that we are representing queerness and queer characters in like the everyday and in stories that are not necessarily connected to sexuality, but are more about just relationships and everyday experiences of life, but being queer, which I think is true. I agree. That's what we've done. Sorry. I did have a question. Oh, I had a question for Nina. I also have unfortunately not seen the films, but I'm curious to know, and you can tell me if you need me to say this in French, but I'm curious to know how it worked for you to represent the Roma community and this queer Roma character in your film, kind of under the same vein of like, you know, representing a community that is not your own is something that we as queer people have faced for so long, and it has its risks and consequences, and I wonder how it worked for you to represent the Roma community and from a queer perspective.
Ok, tu veux savoir comment j'ai réussi à représenter j'ai beaucoup travaillé les personnages avec les personnes gitanes qui sont dans le film. Elles jouent dans le film, les personnes que je connais depuis l'enfance. J'ai travaillé avec elles sur le scénario. Je leur ai demandé comment elles voulaient être représentées. On a mélangé pendant plusieurs jours les comédiens, la communauté, pour que tout le monde se rencontre, comprenne comment fonctionnaient les différentes cultures.
Mm-hmm. So Nina included the actors who played the Roma characters were actually Roma people that Nina has known since childhood, and so she included them in the script writing process to ensure that they felt that they were being well represented, and also integrated the community into the film process.
Du coup, sur le tournage, il y a eu, je dirais pas de l'impro, mais il y a eu beaucoup de scènes qui étaient en fait des vrais partages entre les comédiens, la communauté gitane. Il y a une énorme scène à un moment de fête, etc., où j'ai voulu laisser vraiment la part belle à ces personnes-là et qu'elles vivent en fait et qu'elles se représentent comme elles voulaient être représentées. Donc chacun a choisi sa place, son rôle, comment il voulait être montré à l'écran, qu'est-ce qu'ils allaient dire, comment ils allaient se comporter. Et c'est quelque chose, je pense, qui était essentiel pour que ça fonctionne. Ouais.
So something that was essential for the film to succeed or work as Nina had intended was for there be, I think, a certain flexibility, a certain openness for the actors in the team to portray themselves as they wished and to follow their own sense of self, I guess, and exploring how their characters existed within the world of the film.
J'ai répondu à ta question?
Oui.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bodan, would you like to ask questions, or would you like to? You don't have to. It's okay.
They need to see the films first, I think.
Okay. Angelique, would you like to would you like to ask questions or tell us more about your film, or we can start our goodbyes if we want also. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with us about this film, which is extremely important, and Jakuyu for doing this? It's very important to document this very, very, very unfortunate moment in your history.
Yeah, I do agree that it's very important, and it's important and for Ukrainians to see that queer people also fighting, and also for international communities to see that there are also queer people fighting for our freedom, and I wanted to add that for me, I think like the queer storytelling is also about freedom, because, for example, most of the opportunities in Ukraine, at least, is for cis hetero men. And if you want to create something, being a queer person, you need to kind of manage to make something without resources, but it also gives you freedom.
That is true. That is true.
That's a very good point.
Well, your film, is your film like accessible to be seen, or are you still doing festivals, or are you sharing this film at this point?
Now it's at festivals, but I have it online with a password I can send you.
Because it would be, I think it's important for, you know, this film to be seen, of course.
Exactly.
When you decide, it would be wonderful if you made it accessible. We can do it. We can help you on our end as much as we can, but it would be great if people could see this these very important and powerful stories.
So at first, when I just released it, I made it accessible and it was just online, but then I sent it to festivals, and a lot of festivals have these rules that it can't be online, so I made it private, but after festivals I will obviously gonna make it again public.
Yes, please, and let us know how to access this, and we'll add it to this document that we're taping right now, which will be available from our website. Okay.
Okay.
Дякую.
But for those who are in Montreal, this film will be part of the Ukrainian retrospective of short films on Sunday the 27th at 6, I think.
Cinéma Moderne.
Cinéma Moderne at 6 p.m., I think. Not exactly sure, but yeah.
It's on our website.
Check, yeah. So everyone is welcome to see this film and the others.
Yes. Any final words?
I do want to, earlier I think I said that when we were talking about having cast, like a crew and all that are queer, I think I said something about the cast being queer, and I just want to be sure to, I actually am not sure how the cast identifies, but what I meant to say was the characters were, there was an openness to queerness with all of the actors in terms of the characters. So I think that it's also interesting from a queer perspective to have this conversation with actors in terms of if there's an undefined sexuality, knowing that there is an opportunity to explore within a character. And I think that was something that was explored with all of the actors and was a really rich opportunity for me at that moment of exploring my own identity. I just felt I needed to clarify that of how I said that.
That's super interesting. Yep.
Nina?
Je suis d'accord.
Okay.
Kat. I just want to thank you all for taking part in this wonderful international queer storytelling panel. All of your works are really remarkable, and your work as a curator is also really remarkable. We're very, very pleased and very honored to have you all be a part of Imagination 35.
Ditto. I could not have said it better. So, merci beaucoup. Thank you, Jakuyo. All of you, this has been wonderful. Thank you for accepting this invitation. It's the very first one. We want more. So make more films, and we'll talk again next year. So, good night. I'm so sorry I cannot remember how to say good night in Ukrainian. Perhaps Bodan can help me?
Dobranic.
That. Angelique, pardon. Thank you, Jakuyo, for the film, and share the information when you want to, as how we could help you share this film as much as it needs to be seen.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Hope to see you in Kyiv soon.
Yeah.
Ciao. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us.
C'est une cute kid.
Ouais, ben j'ai ruiné sa vie à la cute kid. J'ai même pas de maison.
C'est toi, sa maison, là. Ben oui. Qu'est-ce que tu veux de plus?
Une famille.
C'est nous autres, sa famille. L'amour, c'est ce qui crée une famille, tu le sais, ça.
Chris m'a fait faire 100 pièces.
Comment?
A vendu un de mes tableaux.
Arrête.
Triste en Chris quand un kid de 6 ans est capable de faire plus d'argent que toi.
Ben voyons, là. Non, non, c'est vrai, j'avoue.
Non, chier, toi.
Oh, comment?
Ta gueule.
Smutne miał życie. Syn go zostawił. Chyba już 15 lat minęło, odkąd wyjechał. Nie pamiętam go.
Podwieźcie? Jaki jesteś znak zodiaku?
Rak. To dobrze?
Oui, Wajia. Bonjour, good afternoon. So, I am a lazy guy. I will let you present yourself.
Okay.
If you will.
I'm Gail Maurice. I'm the writer, director, and producer of Rosie.
Moi, c'est Mélanie Bray et je suis la coproductrice de Rosie et je joue aussi le rôle principal de Frédéric ou Fred.
Maybe we can have first a little background of your life before Rosie and the feature film. You were both actresses before, so I am curious how this idea to transform yourself as director and producer of film has come up and how it has evolved in the last years.
Okay, so I started out as an actor, and I've been doing acting for a while. And in the early days, I was just tired of auditioning for stereotypical roles that didn't represent me as an Indigenous woman. So I thought, you know what? To heck with that. I'm gonna tell my own stories. If I want change, then I have to be part of that change. And one way to do that is to just write my own stories, direct my own stories. So I started doing that. I have 9 shorts, and they've been all over the world at Sundance, Imaginative, and the latest one I did is before Rosie the short was Asani, and we won the UNICEF's best children's film in Germany at the
at the Stuttgart Film Festival. And what was really special about it is that it was children, grade 4 students who voted.
Yeah, and we had a Skype with them for an hour and with the classroom, and they were able to ask us questions, and they wrote a presentation to us, and they also made the trophy that they sent, which was really, really, it was, I think, one of the most beautiful trophies because they selected it like little 9 and 10-year-olds, not little, but 9 and 10-year-olds selected it, and yeah, so that was really meaningful. And I still act. I love acting. I won't ever stop acting. So I'm for hire. Yeah. So Rosie the short I wrote in 2017 at Melanie's mom's house in La Salle. Her dad had created this office in a closet. Like literally a closet. So you turn on the light switch and then the music comes on, and he built like a little shelf in there. So I told Melanie, I said, I'm gonna go lock myself in there and I'm coming out with a short script. So I did. And when I was in there, her dad had passed, and you know, it's like talking to spirit and stuff, and I was saying, Kenny, come on, because I wrote Fred for Melanie. And so I was in there and I was like typing away, and I said, come on, Kenny, like help me, you know, write a story so your daughter can shine. And I finished Rosie the short. We shot it in 2018. We premiered it at the Imaginative Film Festival. And then the Imaginative Film Festival and the Harold Greenberg Fund selected Rosie to be developed into a feature film, which I did over the period of 2019. And this is a really long description, but anyways, I took that opportunity to be able to tell more of the backstory for Rosie, whose mom was part of the 60s scoop, and I wanted to be able to tell the effects and the repercussions of that and what those effects are on the children that are taken away, but not only that, but also the families that are left behind. And in Rosie's case, she's thrown into an environment that's completely alien to her, and a lot of children that are taken away even today that's what happens, and I wanted to show what can happen. And yeah, we can talk more about that, but I'll let Melanie talk.
Well, you are a producer out of the closet, if I understood well.
Yeah. Ben moi, j'ai grandi ici à Montréal avec une mère francophone, un père anglophone. Puis depuis le secondaire, je voulais être comédienne. Alors, quand je suis allée au cégep, je suis allée en anglais. Je suis allée à Dawson College, Dome Theatre. J'ai fait ma formation en théâtre. Puis c'est ça. Après ça, j'ai déménagé. J'ai quitté Montréal pour Vancouver. Puis j'ai habité longtemps à Vancouver puis à Toronto. Puis en fait, je suis devenue une productrice peut-être par accident parce que je venais de survivre une rupture. Puis je suis retournée à Vancouver juste visiter des amis. Puis je ne savais plus quoi faire. J'étais seule, je n'étais plus dans une relation. J'avais quitté ma job. Je n'avais pas d'appart. Puis je pensais juste retourner à Vancouver, visiter pendant quelques semaines, juste voir mes amis, tu sais. Être entourée d'amour et de soutien. Puis ça, c'est en 2007. Non, ça, c'est la fin de 2006. Puis je lisais le journal. Puis j'ai vu qu'il y avait une école là-bas qui avait commencé un nouveau programme qui s'appelait Film Arts. Puis il y avait des scénaristes, des metteurs en scène et des acteurs-actrices, et que tout le monde allait apprendre aussi à produire. Alors, je suis retournée, j'ai décidé, juste comme ça, après avoir lu le journal, je vais aller faire une audition, puis on dit, oui, vous êtes exactement le type de personne qu'on cherche, qui a comme déjà beaucoup d'expérience, mais tu veux une formation spécifiquement en film télé et tu veux apprendre à produire. Et j'ai décidé que, je n'étais pas certaine si ça me tentait, je savais que ça serait quelque chose que je serais une bonne productrice parce que je suis très organisée, j'avais travaillé beaucoup dans des bureaux, des librairies, des bibliothèques. Je suis une actrice qui a jamais travaillé comme serveuse. Alors, c'est quand même bizarre. Et après ça, c'est ça, j'ai fait le programme, puis je me suis dit, en tant que femme, c'est comme un peu semblable à Gail, je me suis dit, en tant que femme, en tant que minorité, je voulais avoir plus de contrôle. Puis je voulais apprendre à produire pour peut-être un jour pouvoir raconter des histoires qui me tiennent au cœur, puis qui pourraient créer un changement dans le monde, du changement positif.
I imagine for a moment a person who didn't see already the film and is looking at the synopsis, and I think the question that this person will ask is, how come with a so tragic background, the 60s scoop, where children were taken away from their indigenous family to be in foster care in the cities, other cities in Canada, and you are doing a funny film, very optimist. I imagine that person in the room telling, how dare you?
So I have two siblings that were taken away from my mom as part of the 60s scoop. And I've known about them since I was small. And I knew one day I would find them as soon as I could. And yeah, so when I was 18 and in university, I sent a letter to social services, adoption services, which is how you connect. You know, you try to find each other. And only if they also send a letter can you get connected. But you you don't know the other person's name. So social services has all the power to connect you to each other if that's what you both want. So and why I know this is because I went through the process, and I wanted to, you say it's like a comedy, it's a drama with laughter. And why I did that is because the way I grew up is we have a lot of laughter in our lives. You go to my village in Beauval and we're always joking with each other, we're always teasing each other. And I say, even at our wakes, you know, we sit there and we're playing cards, we're laughing and we're telling stories and we can play music, you know, and even though our hearts are breaking and even though our lives are ripped out from underneath us and we're plunging to the depths of despair, we can still smile and we can still sing. And me sitting here is testament to that. You know, I am, yeah, it's through laughter and being able to look forward to tomorrow, you know, and having an ounce of and spark of joy inside is what keeps me going. And without it, what's the point? You know, we have to have that. We have to have that hope. We have to have that ability to laugh. We have to have that ability to sing, and we have to have that ability to for John, you know. So the characters, even though society and life is trying to beat them down, they are so strong and so resilient and so powerful, and they are the light in the world, and that's why the film is saturated the way it is, and that's why they wear the clothes that they wear, which is really loud and colorful, because they are the color and the beauty in the world that tries to oppress them a lot.
It's the greatest act of rebellion, right? To not only survive, but to thrive.
But your character as Frédéric maybe is the one who has less humor, and she is helped in that sense by the queer couple, Flo and Mo, that are always de-dramatizing the dramas of their life by laughing about it.
That's so interesting. I never thought about it. I think you're correct. I'll speak in English in case you want to jump in as the writer. But yeah, Fred, I guess that's a really beautiful observation, actually. Yeah, she's quite serious. She's quite angry. And I actually say to people who've asked, what's your favorite part of playing her, that actually her anger is one of the things I actually love. I think often as humans, and especially as women, we're not encouraged to share our anger or feel like we can express it. You know, and anger is just as healthy an emotion and a valid emotion as every other emotion. There may be better ways and less better ways to express it and how to deal with it. But what I love about Fred and what's liberating as an actor is to just, no holds barred, just give people crap. And I think she has a lot of valid reasons to be angry as well. And I think those moments are really important. But you're right that she's quite serious, and I never really thought about it. And that probably, you know, in this chosen family, before Rosie, I feel like Flo, Mo, and Fred are already very much a chosen family. You know, they all have their broken stories and their background, and they found each other, and they definitely uplift each other, and they're loyal. And but you're making me realize something really amazing and lovely, that they're also bringing that levity that maybe if Fred didn't have them, she would get a little bit too stuck in a dark place.
And I think that, well, I saw it this way, that they are what they call in the indigenous storytelling, the tricksters, right? Because they are always bringing the funny part. When we are going to cry, they make us laugh. And also what I was, I don't know, each persona in the film normally, this is in the classical script writing, they have their own biography behind the storyline. And what I was surprised is that we know, looking at the film, we know really little about the foster family of Fred and her sister, by the situation being in the same, the Rosie mother is also adopted by the same family than Fred. And we have very few clues about what was their life in that family before. And I was wondering why.
Yeah, so I did that on purpose. Fred at one point says the family was a narcissistic family, and she left when she was 16, the first chance that she got. So I think that says a lot about the foster family. And that's all I wanted to say. I didn't want to give them more weight in the story, because I wanted it to be about the main characters and not about the foster family. Yeah, because it's about the characters and the way they triumph in the world and the way they are resilient, and that's what I wanted to show. And also the power of chosen family, because even though Fred left when she was 16, she's able to have this compassion and such a beautiful heart, and she's found these beautiful people around her, Flo and Mo, and now little Rosie, and that's her contained family. So that's what I wanted to focus on. Yeah.
What's interesting as an actor is, of course, I created a whole story in my mind about all of it, and Gail and I have never even talked about it, and we could at any point. But so I have that whole world. What I can answer it in my mind, and it's not important to share. But as an actor, it was important for me. It's just part of the preparation work I do. Like I know exactly what that house was like, and what those people were like, and when I left, and when I came back, and when I left for good. And for me, the character of Julie is so present in my being. It probably sounds odd, but this mother of Rosie that we never see is such a presence to me. Sometimes I could almost cry thinking about her. I have so much love for her and this imaginary person in my mind. And I've written songs about her. And yeah, I know everything about what happened to us there. But that's just for me to create, because I have some funny ideas as an actor that even if the audience doesn't know it, that somehow it's in my eyes, it's in the being, it's I don't know, it's coming through somehow in an unconscious way. I don't know.
Well, that's what the beauty of acting is you do create a story, a whole entire world, and and that's how you have a rounded human being on screen. And Melanie also, she wrote one of the songs in the film, and it was for Julie, Rosie's mom. But
ça s'appelle Chanson pour Julie.
Yeah. So and when
c'est la mère. Oui, c'est la mère qui est adoptée. Voilà.
Ouais, la mère de Rosie.
Yeah. And when Melanie, it's when I was writing it, and we had to postpone shooting in 2020. We were ready to go into production, and COVID shut everything down. So during that year, before we started up again in 2021, Melanie was in the bedroom writing songs, and yeah, she wrote quite a few songs, and it is emotional because as a screenwriter, when I'm writing, I actually cry when the characters are crying. You know, it's because it's part of our heart going on the page. So when you see Rosie, the film, like that's my whole heart on the screen, you know. And I talk about you know, the characters like they're real, because they are real to me. Yeah, and I'm sure, like Melanie says, when she was talking and creating this life with her foster family as Frederic and Julie, it's real in Melanie's mind because it has to be real in order to present it as real on screen.
Speaking of Rosie, I was really amazed by the dramatic talent of the young actress, because I am always a bit afraid when I am invited to see a film with a child as a star, because often the filmmakers are overplaying the sweetness of the child to get emotive moments, but that are somehow artificial. But here we have a young lady who is playing with intelligence exactly what it needs to be played, without exaggeration, without getting over emotional. And I was wondering what part is the direction of the actress in that case, and what part is the natural talent when you casted her?
Well, Melanie actually cast the film, all the leads, and so we found Rosie, Karis Hopehill, who plays Rosie. She was 6 years old when we found her we were in Hamilton, and she's Mohawk from Six Nations of the Grand River. And when she came in for the audition, we knew right away, like she was 6 years old, she could read, and she was able to take direction when I looked at her, and I said, okay, can you try it this way? And you could just see the intelligence in her eyes, and she understood, and I knew that she understood because she was really concentrating on what I was saying and listening. And so when we did the audition again, Melanie and her, they really connected with each other, and afterwards, when I was talking to her parents, she grabbed Melanie's hand and said, when is Gail gonna make a decision? Because I've been waiting my whole life for this, like 6 years old.
Elle venait d'avoir 6 ans.
Wow.
But what I learned, so I remember, I've done, I think this is my 3rd or 4th film with children, and I remember watching Whale Rider way back when, and so I was mesmerized by that child, the child actor, the young girl, and especially in one scene, she was on the stage and she was singing for her grandfather, and it was the most powerful, beautiful thing I have ever seen, and she was crying and singing, and I was crying with her when I was watching her. And I've never forgotten that. So later on, I went and found videos of what the director did to get that out of that young actress. And when you work with children, you have to be patient, and you have to keep the camera rolling, and you have to be able to capture their spontaneity and moments when they are giving you real emotion and real intent, and being there with the other actors. So I learned a lot from watching other videos of directors' commentaries on working with children, and there's just a way of getting that authenticity. Yeah.
Yeah. At Présence Autochtone, we have Mohawk Elder, and she always told us, "You know, André, I am not sweet." So when I understood that the young actress was Mohawk, I said, "That's why she is so good." Also, what is very inspiring, I guess, for the queer cinema is that the family was very willing to that the young actress get to a set where the story is in a sense ole ole by the norm of the heterosexist society. And also with a set that is not completely in the way that the church and would like to see it. So it is interesting to see the family who supported. They were there yesterday for the premiere.
Oh, they're a huge support. Yeah, they've seen the film 8 times. They've come across the country with us. It's really beautiful, yeah. And that was when we cast Rosie the short and when we cast Rosie the feature. je parle en franglais dans ma tête. Ouais. C'est ça, quand on a choisi, OK, c'est elle qu'on veut. Dans les 2 cas, c'était 2 différentes Rosie parce qu'il y avait 6 ans, les 2 fois, il y avait 6 ans. On s'est dit, OK, mais maintenant, il faut demander à la famille, puis s'ils nous disent non, comme ça va nous briser le cœur. Mais dans les 2 cas, ils étaient on board right away. Puis, yeah, they've been just really amazing.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's some I guess, imagery that some parents wouldn't want their children to be around. So when I sent it to Tammy and Scott Hill, Karis Hope Hill's mom and dad, they read the script and I go, ooh, I wonder if they'll have an issue with it. So then I called them after they read it, and I told them how we would shoot, for example, the lollipop. Yes. I won't give it away, but there's a lollipop that's in there, and they were completely 100% behind it, you know. And love is love, you know. That's all that matters in this world is love. Yeah.
Okay. And what also is very inspiring for young filmmakers, especially indigenous filmmakers, is that you started with a short film. Is the short film was at first when you wrote it and when you directed it, was aimed to be a demo for a longer film?
No, it was Rosie the short was a standalone. It was never meant to be anything more than a short. Mm-hmm. And when Imaginative and Harold Greenberg banded together and had a call out for projects to develop into a feature film, Melanie and I were looking at each other, and I wasn't going to submit it, and Melanie goes, "You have to," and I go, "I don't know it. Like, what are they going to do? Like, I had no idea what would happen to them in the feature film, right?" But
I had already said when we did the short, yeah, that was it. That was the plan. But sorry to interrupt quickly. I did say afterwards, I said, this would be an amazing TV show, you know, because they could have so many adventures like on a weekly basis. So yeah, then when this opportunity came, well, what idea do I submit for a long métrage? I was just like, well, I mean, maybe this, like the deadline was so soon. So yeah, I was like, just do that. Then. But then she's like, what am I going to do?
So this is like never give up, right? So it was the day that the applications were due to to develop a feature film. And Melanie's going, come on, Gail. I go, so anyways, I think we had like 4 hours left to the deadline. And I said, fuck it. and and I just said, okay, I'll do it. And I just wrote the synopsis quickly, and I shipped it off, and we got it. We got the development, you know, the money to write it into a feature film. And then when I got that, I'm going, holy shit, what am I going to like write about? But then it was a blessing because I was able to expand on the backstory of Rosie's mom.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could almost, I'm just realizing, you could almost say the feature happened for lack of a better idea. but that's a blessing, like you say, right?
But, yeah.
It's like, well, what else are we going to submit? I don't know, just do that.
And I love the characters, and they had just screened in October 2018, and yeah, so by like a couple months later, I was doing the feature film, writing the feature film. But yeah, I love the characters, and I would love to like develop a TV series with them as well. You know, I love.
You got to do that before Rosie and Fred get too old. The other two still have some leeway, but it's going to become a different story if you don't get to it soon.
But in a TV show, they can grow older. That's part of life.
Rosie's gonna make Fred some cocktails and yeah.
But I want to be sure. The call, was it for a short film? You present a short film as a possibility for a feature, or the call, was it only for a pitch, a script?
It was a pitch.
It was a pitch. Yeah. Okay, and so you just took the story you had already in short, and you made a pitch for a feature out of it.
I took the characters and basically what can happen to them in a feature film, and then I threw that out. I submitted it. Yeah, so basically because I knew the characters so well from writing the short, they were already in my mind, right? So I just created a world that can happen to them in that synopsis. And that was their inaugural screenwriting program 4 years ago. In 2019, we had a script read at the Imaginative Film Festival in 2019, and this year we screened at the Imaginative Film Festival 2022, so we've come full circle, and we won the Audience Choice Award.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
But we know that when you have won the contest of the pitch, but after that you still have a lot of work to do before the shooting the film. So I would like you to explain all the process you got through after the Greenberg and Imaginative gave you the award.
Okay, so I spent a year. There was 4 of us that were chosen to be part of the script writing program. There was 2 Canadians and 2 Americans, and we spent a year to develop and write a feature film. And I think
were you working all together or separately?
Separately, and we would. I think we sent in our projects. We had deadlines. Eva Thomas was our story editor, and we had deadlines. So, say for example, in the 4th month, we had to have a rough draft, and we shared it with each other, and then we would comment. So it was all virtual, and then say by the 9th month, we'd have to have a second draft. We'd critique each other, and then we'd get our notes back and then rewrite. So by the I think within a year, we had a live like a week-long story, like where we were together and reading each other's story and critiquing each other's stories. And that was the first in-person meeting we had around the table. And then we went away again and wrote our final draft. And so that's how that process worked. And I really, really, I enjoyed it a lot. I learned a lot, and yeah, it was a great program. So if anybody out there is wanting to write a feature film, apply to the Imaginative screenwriting program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then what happened was Gil, as an actor, worked on the film Falls Around Her, Darlene Neponce's film, and she met producer Jamie Manning, because we knew we co-produced the short together, but we knew for the feature that Gail would need another producer. We didn't even know if I would produce at that point because I was playing the lead role, and maybe that was enough. And I'm also very much a creative producer, so she needed someone else. So that was just good, like, fate that you met Jamie, because then the next step was basically she approached him and said, would you like to read the script? You know, I would like to have you as a producer. So then he got on board, and then that's when we applied for telefilm money and all of the other funding bodies, because of course the next thing you need is money.
Yeah, so we applied to Telefilm, Ontario Creates, and the Indigenous Screen Office came on board, and we were ready to go, like I said, in 2020, then everything shut down. So we were meant to shoot everything here in Montreal, and when COVID shut everything down, things changed, and it became more expensive with COVID protocols on set. And so we ended up shooting partly in Hamilton, partly in Montreal, and in 2021, and everybody was just starting back up again as soon as production was allowed to start shooting. Everybody was picked up, so there was no crew. It was like a skeleton crew, and we couldn't crew up. So we were really getting desperate, and finally we were able to find the people that we found, and then we shot. But it was hard because there was a lot of there was heat, 40 Celsius, and Melanie had a heat stroke on day 1. She was in emergency. She was had IV fluids in her, so we lost a day of shooting on our second day, and it's just like, I mean, that's just part of filmmaking. You're always going to run into these things, right? We didn't have our main locations until a week before shooting, and everyone was panicking, and you just have to put faith in the universe, basically. You know, I was smudging a lot, praying to the ancestors, and you know, you know, yeah, but yeah, there was a lot of difficulties, but at the end of the day, I went into the edit room and I said, you know what, I'm going to make a film that's beautiful and full of joy.
Well, and it's pretty amazing what Gail has done. I mean, Gail had, you know, wrote and directed many, many short films, but it's her, we have to remind people, it's her first feature for those who've seen it. And what you learn in film school is your first feature, you know, write something in one location with 2 actors, you know, make it manageable. And, you know, she's talking about all these challenges. And I mean, this film, I don't even remember at this point how many scenes we had, how many locations. I mean, it was monumental. I mean, what she's done is amazing.
I would go home every night and say, okay, what can I lose and still maintain my story? So that's just part of being a director, and you know, you're going home because if you can't make your days, you have to say, okay, there's no way we're going to do this. So what can I mix together here? What can I blend? What can I lose? And yeah, it was. I think while we were shooting, we shot in is it 5 weeks?
Yeah, about 5 weeks with
20,
minus like 2 days. I'd say.
Yeah, 20 days. Yeah, I guess 3 weeks or so. But yeah, I think I slept like a few hours, and I would do it all over again.
Pour une actrice, comme ça, tomber malade le premier jour du tournage, c'est quelque chose. Mais est-ce que ça influence le jeu après? Est-ce que ça enrichit le personnage d'une certaine façon? Parce qu'il y a une fragilité là, qui est là.
Oh mon Dieu. Je sais pas, honnêtement, je le sais pas. Ouais, c'est ça. On a tourné notre première journée, puis à la fin de la journée, on avait tout réussi, on s'est donné un câlin, on était heureuse, puis je retourne à l'hôtel, puis j'avais aucune idée. J'ai commencé à me sentir très, très bizarre, puis je ne savais même pas que j'étais malade. Non, après, je dirais que c'est ça. Fait que le 2e jour, j'ai pas pu travailler. On n'a rien fait parce que j'avais pas une journée de congé. Il fallait absolument que Fred soit là à tous les jours. Alors, on a juste pris une pause. Moi, j'étais à l'hôpital. Puis après ça, revenir sans pouvoir prendre comme au moins 2 jours pour me récupérer, puis boire de l'eau, puis me reposer après ça. De continuer dans la chaleur, 10 heures par jour, 12 heures par jour, il fait 40 degrés. Je me sentais pas mal fragile. Puis je vois... C'est sûr que Fred a une certaine sensibilité, mais je la vois pas comme une personne fragile. Fait que je gardais toute mon énergie jusqu'à temps que Gail a dit « action », puis après ça, je donnais tout ce que je pouvais, puis après ça, je retournais dans ma petite bulle parce que je voulais absolument que mon jeu soit juste, parfait, même je suis très perfectionniste. Je voulais que le film soit absolument fabuleux, puis je me sentais vraiment pas bien, je dirais, pendant au moins 2 semaines, comme un peu fragile. Fait que fallait vraiment que je me concentre puis que je garde toute mon énergie entre les prises.
She was wearing an ice vest.
Yeah, they got me.
She had to wear an ice vest. I think I understood. I don't know if I understood ice. Understood certain little things, but yeah, she had to wear an ice vest. It took her about probably 2 weeks before she started to feel normal. But I mean, she's such a trooper. The show had to go on.
Yeah,
and
they got me this.
And I was a tyrant.
She was. They got me this ice vest. It looks like a bulletproof vest, but it's filled with ice packs. Yeah. It's like between takes on, take it on, put it on. But yeah, well, actually, it'd be interesting to hear if you have anything to say about it. We were talking about. André was asking, as an actor, did it add anything to my acting to feel like under the weather that way? And I was saying like, no, that I felt pretty shaky and fragile, and I don't see Fred like that. So I would just save all my energy, then give the best take I could, and then go back and just sit and do nothing and be very quiet and still and just save it all up.
She probably, when she had to be angry, she was like pissed off at me and like
and the heat.
Yeah. People ask me, why did you shoot a film that's bilingual with Mitchif in it, Cree Mitchif, and when I don't understand French, it's I think 60% French and 40% English and maybe 5% Cree Mitchif, and I always say, because Mitchif is part of in my language Mitchif. French is part of my language as well as Cree. It's a mixture of French and Cree. Ego boval kisbene sinuak bovaluste tuhtamakuma ikwaige mamisti antagaskihta antani hiawian kis nuhkumik iksen hamwet skihti nawagwanma ego en kwaige sagihtan I'm just proud to be able to. Oh my God! I'm proud to speak my language because it's who I am. That's my culture, and there's only. I found out through the National Film Board when I was translating for them that there's only a little over 1,130 speakers, and so not a lot of people in Canada and the world know about Mitchif. Whenever I say, they ask me what I am, like as my identity. I say, oh, I'm Métis, like specifically like Cree, Nihil, Cree, like Métis in Beauval, Saskatchewan, and they don't know what that is. So I thought, I'm going to change that and do a film where it shows French so that I can talk about being Métis, and because French is part of my language, and Kispenika if it wasn't for the French people and the Cree people, I wouldn't be here. I'm a blend of both. I'm a strong Indigenous woman, and that's my culture, and I wanted to be able to speak about that. Yeah, and yeah, so, okay.
But also Montreal, I know several persons in. Well, most of them women that have come to in Montreal as children through the 60 scoop, and most of them have been raised in English-speaking families, but they had to learn French because living in the city in Montreal, if you want to participate in the whole experience of Montreal, you have to grab some French. So I think the set of Montreal also fit perfectly with the subject of your film. Yeah. Yeah. And also, I think if there is, I asked you the question and I was not happy with your response because I think that as a Montreal, I was happy to see that film because we have a fight to defend the diversity of Montreal. And I think, as my first language is French, and I think the future in French is Montreal, is the capacity we have to be at the center of all those languages, indigenous and foreign language, Chinese, Spanish, and English, of course. And this is the future of French in Quebec, the capacity to welcome the diversity. And there is a reactionary back movement now, and even at the Quebec government, to say, no, the purity of French. And really, as a Montrealer, I was really proud to see the impurity of Montreal you have screened.
Impurity of Montreal, I like that. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I just wanted to tell a story where the little girl is thrown into an environment that's completely foreign to her. And in every way possible, language, the way they look in with all the signage and stuff, and which is the reality of a lot of children that are taken away. You know, even today, they're thrown into an environment where they can't understand and can't relate, and they feel isolated and alone and abandoned. You know, so I wanted to bring that reality into Rosie, and I wanted to do that as well by bringing in language. Identity and culture is huge in a lot of my films. You know, even Asani, my other short, it's which I shot in Beauval, is about you know, a little girl who finds out that she's Indian. You know, that was you know, it's like a story like where she grew up watching cowboy and Indian shows, and when you grow up in a village where you know you don't have TV, you don't realize that people are different in the world, right? And you hear a radio station, but you don't realize, you don't see a face, you just hear a voice, and you don't realize that you sound different than them. So this little girl, Asani, finds out that she's an Indian, and the only idea of what she sees or believes an Indian to be is the red-skinned scalping Indians, right? Mm-hmm. And to her, that's what she sees in her mind without realizing that they're all Indians. And then she realizes that with asking her grandma, and, you know, with her grandmother's love. And at the end of the story, she steps on the red-skinned Indian comic book, and she says, "Indians rule," you know, and she uses a slingshot to, you know, throw a stone at a cowboy. Yeah. You know, it's so identity has always been really strong in my films, and that's also with Rosie. Like, Rosie will never know who her blood family is because of destroyed records. But one of my favorite characters is Jigger, and he's the most grounded and the most centered, and that's why I shoot him close to the ground symbolically, because he's the one that has his culture and his language and his identity inside of him, and he shares that with Rosie, and that's going to be the passing on of knowledge.
Yeah, and there is this beautiful moment when Rosie arrives with the small statue that is so stereotypical, and she gives in to Jigger, and she said, "This is you," and obviously this is not him. That's the contradiction here is very obvious and funny, and also very profound. Yeah, we understand all the reality of the people and the representation that have been made of it, and how it has an impact on the real people. Yeah. So it was very interesting. And now there is some young women in that world that are dreaming of becoming actresses or filmmakers. And do you have, after finishing your first feature film, do you have a message for them?
I just say, don't ever give up. It's taken me 20 years from when I started as actor and writer-director to get to this point where I make my first feature film, and it's not for lack of trying. There's, you know, doors have been closed, there's been gatekeepers, and there was one point where I almost gave up filmmaking, and I realized I was thinking to myself, what's the point of continuing on as a storyteller, as a screenwriter, when no one actually reads your script, and especially people that are supposed to be funders, you know? And I thought, if, as a screenwriter, story is everything, and if that's not what is being judged when you get funding, and what's the point of telling stories? So I almost quit, and then after a couple of years I thought, you know what, I'm not going to let anybody win, and I'm not going to let anybody tell me what to do. And so that's when I went into my little closet and wrote the short, you know. So it's my advice is never give up, always trust your gut, and if people try to get you to change your story, change it only if you want to. Change it if that's what is true to your characters and to your story. Otherwise, don't, because it won't resonate as real. And I say that because somebody tried to get me to change Rosie and to make it really dark, where Flo and Mo are beaten up and gay bashed. And so I tried to write that, and it went down a dark, dark path, and it was so not the story I wanted to tell. You know, it's not the story that represented who I was. So I took that aside and I threw it away, and I went back to my truth, and what you see as the final product is my truth. Yeah. So never give up. And do you have any advice?
Oof, that's a loaded question for me. You know, I think as much as I'm incredibly proud of the film that we made, and for me what's really the most important is that art also is creating positive change in the world. I'm very much interested in art/activism. Sounds like such a big word to some people, but yeah, I feel like I want to put stories out that create positive change, and at the same time, I think that this industry is very problematic and sort of needs an overhaul. So that's a hard question for me, and I'm trying to think, what would I say? Except run away. No, I'm just kidding. It's, as a young woman or filmmaker out there, a queer filmmaker, I think if you can, surround yourself with the right people. You know, and I know you don't always have a choice, but surround yourself with good people who have that same vision as you and who are going to make your life less difficult or not difficult at all instead of more difficult. Also in this crazy industry, yeah, as much as you can, just trying to stay true to yourself, I guess, and to stand in your power. Yeah.
I guess if you have a story, if you have a screenplay, and you don't know how to get it made, if you want to direct it, find a producer. find a producer that you trust and share your story with them, and maybe magic will happen.
Yeah.
That's what I'm grateful that I shared it with Jamie Manning. You know, yeah.
And just remember that you have choice and you have agency, because I think the narrative that is ingrained in us in this industry is that we don't. You know, we need other people to say yes. We need these people to do this. We need that. And those things are not always healthy, and they're not always good, and they're not always positive. So just remember.
Yeah, we need you have to collaborate. You need a team. Find your team, you know, that you can work with. You can't make a film alone.
Okay, so anyway, Rosie is an optimist film, and of course you are there presenting it in premiere in Montreal. So you are really the example that we can be optimistic that change can happen, and that marginalized voices can be heard if we are enough stubborn.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci.
Are we done? I don't know. We don't know what time it is.
She needs someone to yell, cut. Cut.
I don't